Hello. My shirt is bright red. It is not even remotely orange. What's up, man? 10-year, 2 years positive. Oh, wait, no, that's, you mean, still inverted? Barely? More than it was last night. GDP was like 3%. Was it? Yeah. About. And unemployment was down and consumer spending was up. But it's also for the second quarter. But that's fairly in line with expectations, right? We should be getting a resurgence in inflation due to the lagged effect from the wealth bubble. I will say 3% is kind of high. It's going to trigger overheating concerns and probably reduce the potential for Fed rate cuts. They're definitely leveraging the shit out of the carry trade today, and the dollar is back above 101. Why the fuck was I muted on disc? Sorry about that. Thanks, Jay. Hot GDP while unemployment is going up. That's normal, right? Jobless claims were under the expected, right? Not that we actually have any jobs data, but yeah, the jobless claims aren't super high. It was 231 versus the prior 232. Yeah, I was gonna sell your Apple bear calls above 230 now. I mean, yeah, right. It ran up. I might actually wait for a test of 235. Ooh, I should have made a note about that. So Apple does have upside short call interest at 230, which has now been pierced. And it may hit 35 before running out of momentum. So Apple bad. Not, well, not terrible if you have more theta, but not good for 2 weeks of theta. God damn it. GDP increase was all carried by consumer spending. Yes. But PCE was down and inventories are up, right? So it's kind of confusing. What are they spending the money on? We know it's not durables, unless people are buying Boeings. Mother of all chop. Hmm. Yeah. Do we test 15? 20. And then failed resistance at 15 there. Boop, boop, boop. Yeah, there's a little bit of resistance at 15, although, well, 15 and 20. Although I don't know if that'll be enough. If we lose 56.05, though, that gets kind of ugly. So, like, if we go for the gap fill, um, yeah, that probably wouldn't be great. Apple gonna fail 230. Hmm. Curious. Leather jackets. Credit card debt. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Chopped cheese. No. Microsoft is ripping. I'm really glad I got out of it yesterday. Well, there's probably an argument that I should have gone long. CrowdStrike's also up 6% after trimming guidance. Tesla's up 3%. Amazon 1, AVGO 1, Google 1. Ooh, Amazon's got some room to the upside. Interesting. AMD got a little reversal. Hmm. Visa's not moving as much as I would have expected it to. And despite people spending more money, it doesn't seem like a lot of confidence in retail. Hmm. Fubo's moving back up. Looks like I found a little bit of support. That's kind of nice. I said to try IWM instead of SPY. I'm not regretting it. Yeah. It's pretty dope. It's a little worse than QQQ, but it works out. It's a little more volatile too. Instant bounces on Upstart 20 and 40 due to NVIDIA. That doesn't sound correct. NVIDIA and Upstart's relationship is no longer as closely tied as it used to be. V only makes money if people pay their credit cards. No, that's not how Visa works at all, actually. Visa makes money off of transaction fees. They're a card issuer and a payment processor. They do not They do not manage people's credit accounts. That's what your bank does, or like Capital One or Amex. What? Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, we bounced. That was some bips. Yeah, it's usually like 2.5% plus 30 to 50 cents per transaction. It worked again. I got contacted by a company in Knoxville that I'm totally not qualified for. I'll continue to test my theory, this time in Utah. You know, you're going to go to one of these interviews one day and not come back, right? What's the next big data point? FOMC, Japanese inflation, GME earnings. Definitely not the last one. Employment next week. All the employment data. Glurk, it's Danwich. When prints big points. Ah, yes. I don't know. What do you have? My TQQQ straddle got destroyed, but I made it back on SPX calls. Nice. Where are we going here? Well, above 20 is a pretty good spot to start. Off on a ramp that goes up to like 40 or 50. Dollar's still going up. Yeah, a little bit. Slowing down. Yeah, no one gives a shit about core PCE tomorrow. Chicago PMI might have a little bit of an intraday effect. ETF FTD deferral with the holiday Monday. No. There shouldn't be a deferral on ETF FTDs. They'll just double up on the third. Clove? I think it's a piece of shit. How much room do you think Amazon has to the upside? I don't know, like $5? Maybe a little more. Ah, Rejected. Pending home sales, negative 5.5% for July. Oof. Jesus. Year over year dropped to negative 8.5% too. That's not great. What auction do we have today? We have the 7-year. Bostic speaking 30 minutes before market close. Continuing jobless claims are staying pretty fucking elevated though. And are up. That means people are having a harder time finding a new job. Interesting. How's that been increasing? I mean, this kind of looks like a trend, right? Hmm. What do you guys think of that? Hmm. I mean, it's not going back down. Yeah. Lineup so bullish. Those are continuing jobless claims. Were people getting racked as bullish until it isn't? I don't really know if anyone's looking at that data as being bullish. Hmm. Productivity. Good trades balance is lowest since COVID. Yeah, I know, I saw. No, not COVID, but like 20, like late was it early 2022 when it fell off a cliff? Lost 11.3% on vehicles, negative 3.6% on consumer goods. But capital good exports, industrial supplies, food, feed, and beverages were up. Ooh, Monster. Excellent. That's not going anywhere. How to increase productivity in a raccoon knife fight on top of a dumpster fire? You put the blades on their forearms. Specifically change. What's the next big data set? Jolts or straight to CPI? I mean, technically, PCE tomorrow is the next big data set. I just don't think anyone gives a shit about it right now because the Fed's narrative has already kind of made the PCE irrelevant for now, unless it's significantly hotter than expected. Europe's inflation rate tomorrow is probably more important. The next really important thing is going to be ISM PMIs and S&P. Well, I think U.S. S&P PMIs are passed, so ISM manufacturing and ISM services, which should be right around the same time we get JOLTS and the rest of the labor data. So I think, yeah, we get ISM services on Thursday. We get JOLTS on Wednesday next week. Next week should be fun. Germany had really bad inflation data today. It was down, wasn't it? Like pretty significantly across the board. Germany is having deflation now. Well, they're below the target rate, but they are having deflation in some regions. I like Jensen's little chuckles at size when people ask questions that weren't fellatio. To me, it was a defense tactic where he demeans you. Chuckle, oh, you fucking moron. Probably. Yeah, I could see that. Or just like nervous because you didn't have an answer, right? Some people do that. People who laugh when they're nervous weird me out. His laugh was that of like a father whose son asked him if puts cost same like shares. I don't know. I didn't listen to the whole thing. I got like a fucking 20 minutes into it and I just got angry. It was stupid. It always is. Still in your straddle calls? I have them, yeah. I'm probably not gonna have them much longer, but I do have them currently. Kind of hoping I don't get stopped out. See, this always fucking happens to me. I get stopped out like at this part of the day, and then we go up $30 more. And I want to avoid that, But I also don't want to get fucked over on days like yesterday where we open high, fail, fill the gap, and then break down all day. I will not stop using stops. How dare you? Complaining about making money. Well, complaining about not making as much money as I could. AI factory, sovereign, AI, yeah. Well, my favorite was him attempting to introduce inflation into computing to try to explain why productivity is down, yet his chips are everywhere. Aren't earnings calls just circle jerking? Only in mega cap tech. Mega cap tech and then like everything under $5. Everyone in between is actually trying. Have you ever looked into Nestle? Yeah. You should get a goldfish and use them as your wild card. Make it not a membership, but a tithe. So, like, if I can't make a decision, the goldfish makes the decision. How do I determine when the goldfish is confident? That's the trick, you know? When he's not floating upside down. Jesus Christ. Dork, why is a 30-year mortgage 7%, but the 30-year T-bill's only at fucking 4.15? The goldfish is bullish when he swims up and to the right. How do I get a tank big enough for a bull run? He jumps out. Jamie Dizzle needs his third vacation home, bro. He doesn't have three already? That can't be fucking true. Ooh, shit. Nope. Bum, 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 bum. Um, hmm. MQ looks kind of weak. I saw Zuck's vacation home in Lake Tahoe. Literally a fucking 2-acre compound right on the beach. It's like 40 mil, right? It's not too bad. Why is everything bought? What the fuck is going on? It's weird. But taking? Interesting. Losing 15's not good. Why is IWM ripping? Because jobs data is not bad enough to signal a recession. I would say mostly. It's only up 100 points though. It's not like it's going crazy or anything. IBV seem like shit. No, it's kind of starting to fall off finally, but I wouldn't say it's shit. I'm not even bearish on it. I just wanted to sell calls against it. The IV was awesome. GME up 7% on volume. Nice. Bounced off 20. It's not really getting any covering. Arbitrage is like mean reverting a little bit. Resistance at 2166. They closed their credit facility. Positive earnings incoming. I don't see how they could have negative earnings. I don't think closing the credit facility was a great idea. It just reinforces the idea that Ryan Cohen has zero intention of ever doing anything. They don't make money. Well, they make interest. Because they're a bond ETF. It's like a shitty money market. If you put a nipple ring on the goldfish, it really can't go tits up, windmill. Don't underestimate Fairgrounds goldfish. Those fuckers are durable. Huh. Is support looking solid enough here? It's not bad. There's still calls to the upside. 56.35's a bit of an issue. We haven't gotten a lot of vol shorting yet, shockingly. I know we got a big dump in pre-market, but a lot of that was just bought puts moving out of the money. I mean, it looks like calls are bought, all the way out to like 56.50. Ow. Hmm. What happened? Oh, sorry. Allergies. Hold on. Failure to regain 30. Head and shoulders on NQ daily. Sure. Has the upside ramp been beefed up since this morning? Not a lot. Support here is pretty decent. There's still a bit of resistance at 35, though. Not a ton, but a little bit. And then above 35, it's a pretty clean run out to 50. Hmm. I don't know. I'm still kind of thinking about it. There's bot puts out the money, too. Not just bot calls. That makes all of this a little trickier. Breakup of 30 is pretty important. Fail. When you pop a pimple on your face and it squirts onto the mirror. Ugh, gross. Isn't this gonna run out of juice again? There are no buyers up here, and we haven't had a pullback in ages. What? We fucking pulled back yesterday. Where were you? And last Thursday. Hmm. Rejection here drags us back to 20. Continuation here can push us up to 40. Hmm. Isn't this gonna run? Juice 30 to 35 has been a bit of a wall the past 2 weeks. Yeah, it's a bit of a resistance. Barely 1%. How much do you think it's gonna pull back? That's I would prefer full bull today. I mean, we're working on it, right? We opened at like 56.06, so not exactly off to a bad start. Hmm. This might fail. I don't know. It's got we've got support at 30, but it's like kind of waffling a lot. Definitely don't want to sell calls here. Market's saved by Nvidia. No, I don't think so. keep inching a little bit higher on this. Support at 30 is pretty strong. Oh joy, they saved it. Well, not necessarily. Resistance is at the 35 strike, right? And we keep rejecting at like 32, 33. It's not usually a good sign. Let me take a look at momentum. It looks so hot. Kind of topping out there. It's an almost $90 recovery from yesterday's low, right? Even more so from last night's. We might be getting a little bit overbought here. So we might need like a small pullback in order for bulls to position harder from 30 to 50. I would say if we catch support at 20 or 25, that would probably be a really good sign. Your okay reply on NQ Head and Shoulders saved me 50% of my ports. Are we bullish until the Fed meeting? I just can't shake the feeling that everything is crumbling under the surface. I don't know how bullish we are, but I think we're maybe stable. And we might have enough stability to survive the labor reports, depending on, how they come in. Yeah, firm earnings are pretty good. Okay, so I can close my 197.50 200s on ABBV. And I missed the chance to get out of the 195s earlier. Fuck. I can try that later. Pretty sure we're testing 5700 later today. Alright. Not impossible, but pretty unlikely, I think, right now. Were GDP numbers good? They were hot. Barkin said inflation numbers are down, but we're not there yet, but we're making progress. I'm surprised pending home sales didn't do more damage. Oil's moving up again today. We got gold moving back up, yeah, along with the rise in dollar, which is kind of fucking crazy. I guess people don't trust the bounce back in yields yet. That's reasonable. All right, that's the 35 test. So break 35, 40, 50. No chances to sell the put here. All-time high again. I wouldn't be surprised, especially if we get it this week. We've still got a bit of a struggle over the next like $30, but we're really close. It wasn't a market crash. Well, not for us. It was only like nine and 975 basis points. Big correction, not a crash. A little different for Japan. Any rejection on site? Well, that was the big resistance, and we just broke through. So, I mean, I guess we could reject at 40 and pull back to 30. Although, I don't think so. Futures has pretty good volume. Next upside resistance on futures is 56.60 to 50. Well, I guess it's a little higher now. Probably 56.65. 69. What the fuck is that? Is that 69? Yeah. 56.69. Well, it's not running out of steam, and there's at least $15, $16 more upside currently on the chain. Yeah, NQ's gunning for 19,725. Hmm. Two. There's a little rejection. Consolidate here before a push up. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking like we get a pull back to 30 or 25. We get more call side interest at 35.40 and then we move back up again. Is the NVIDIA 125C volume an attempt to save the 130C? There's a lot of out of the money calls on NVIDIA that need saving. I've seen a lot of theories for why Jimbo moved out of France, but yet to hear the obvious reason, which is not to business with a country that imprisons social media execs. What? Someone trying is regarded best to gab as cannabis stocks. With the delay of the DEA rescheduling, would now be a good time to write some cover calls. Possibly. Yeah, from a macro standpoint, I could see that. The Telegram guy? Who? Encrypted communication app. That makes sense. As a government, I would also jail people that created encrypted communication. It's like some no-name Russian billionaire. Who gives a shit? I mean, he's probably a criminal. Most of the Russian oligarchs are. You just hold him in jail long enough till you can find something. I'm glad I live in America where we can at least pretend to be free. It's delusional, but sure. Surely governments wouldn't treat encryption the same as weapons. Yeah, they would. Now, do we hold 30? If we do hold 30. Hmm. Okay, so I got my 30 pullback, but I haven't done anything with it. No, I think we'll get more out of the money call buying on a pullback. Too slow. Shoulder. Getting a little bit of profit taking. Not fucking much. I think NQ has to hold 19.7 or no dice. Yeah, I mean, it's largely tech driven. There's some okay breadth, though. Like NQ and Russell are doing all right. So, not entirely tech driven, but a bit. Also, oil's way up, which should be pretty supportive. But I do agree. If we're gonna get like an all-time high, we need NQ needs to get up above 19,725 and hold it. This morning was Dow driven. I got stomped on by the indices today. I was really upset because I wanted to go long CRM yesterday to capture the upside in Dow, but I fucking didn't want to buy it because of earnings. I should have just bought it. Any thoughts on what stocks could potentially be considered for S&P inclusion? Who cares? Hold on one second. All this week's predictions lose? What predictions? Why'd you give up on selling that put spread? I don't like the position we're in on the chain. Getting more sold calls out of the money. 56.65. Ooh, another test at 40. What are Fubo ETF FTDs? They should be starting around now. Like ETF FTD should be starting around now through the fourth, fifth. It is end of month, and yes, everyone does. Hmm. I guess that was enough of a pullback. At 35. Three. Ooh, see? This is why I waited. Tricky. This might just be another pullback to 30, though, and then bullish again, right? A little more interesting if we pulled back to 25. But I think that's still bullish. Hmm. Is pullback more bullish? It depends where we find support. So find support at 5,600. Asking for a friend. I think it's highly unlikely that we would lose. It's probably unlikely that we lose 5,630. But even if we do, it's pretty unlikely we lose 2020. Hmm. I mean, we did test 25, technically. Right? Well, close enough. Well, we did. So to close the long call side of the double diagonal. I don't on what? What do you have it on? On a video? If you can afford to leave the naked calls open. That's probably what I would do. Are your puts not in the money? I guess you don't have much of a choice with the puts. Yeah, there's sold calls, but they're all above 50. No, I'm not a K-hole. I'm just other things I have to deal with during market hours. It really shows your commitment as a streamer to get photographed like that. I know. Hmm. You're trying to tell me you're not just a little AI man that lives inside my computer? I'm not. The video does not look too hot. It doesn't look that bad either. 120 is supportive. What's happening when the candlestick chart starts to look like a barcode? Not whale teeth. Usually high frequency trading. What range does this bad boy have if it breaks 700? Like 715, 720? I think we have a bit more durable upside here. Really want to sell the like 60, 65. Need to get back above 35 though. That's kind of recovering. That might sell off a little bit. Bearish? Hmm. Should be worried about assignment risk. I don't know what your expiration is, but generally speaking, yes. If it's weekly, very much. I'm surprised. Like, if it's a weekly, I'm surprised you haven't been assigned already. I like that. Durable upside. Well, more support, right? And support slightly higher. I think there's still a small chance that we test like 25 or 20, but we did kind of get the 25 test on this. 35 still resistance, but it's less of a resistance than it was. Do you think Fubo got its about support at 163? Jesus Christ, that sentence is a fucking mess. Are you using voice to text? Fed set for 3 consecutive rate cuts of 25 bips this year, says Goldman. It's a little higher than that, but yeah. Did Fubo get support for 163? I mean, 163 was supportive today. I don't know if it'll last. It failed 175, which is the upside resistance, but still above that support that I found earlier, right? I think Fubo's in a good spot if it holds above 150 into the next period of covering. All right. I mean, nothing's really changing. We're just in the same position we were in. That stopped out of my 2DT straddle 5595C. I only have one. I only have the put left. Would you sell it here or wait for a 2520 test? Extremely risky to keep it overnight. Very. Um, might be kind of risky to keep it for a 25 test. We may not get another one, right? This could fail and we could test 2520 again. It's not impossible, but the fact that we bounced off 25 and regained 30 doesn't give me a lot of confidence that the downside is all that weak. Um, so yeah. Who's yelling? What is your non-textbook definition of high frequency trading and its typical determined outcome? I mean, you have a lot of traders trading the bid-ask spread at very high frequencies. That's why all the candles will be like the same size, but the wicks are really long on every candle. How long do they need to position for the push up? Mm. You know, honestly, they're just going to get more advantageous positioning from here. But I would think that they're waiting for short or like long puts to fall off. There's still quite a lot of long puts um, at the same strikes, and that's kind of weighing price action down a little bit. But I think as those fall off, it's going to open up more upside. As long as we don't lose 5620. If we lose 5620, things get a little bearish. But I think right here we're in a pretty good spot. I think some of the long puts at like 25 and 30 are falling off. That should open up the upside a little bit. And the more we move up, the more that'll pressure out the rest of the long puts. I don't think we have a ton of upside range from here, but like 20 bucks, maybe 25. We did get kind of mixed data today, and yeah, it's annoying because you don't get a strong trend. We're gonna chop at 56.33 until the end of time. No, probably not. Bull put for the idiot trade. 56.20.25 test. If we test 20, yeah, I'm probably gonna do that. Well, hold on. If we test 20, I might not do that. If we test 25 and bounce again, I might sell another one. That's better. 20 starts to get tricky. Like if we actually test 20, that's maybe not so bullish. Staying slightly above 20 is best. Silly Gherkin. Nothing's bearish except when JPEG's speaking. And even then, the good ship transitory keeps chugging along. Yeah. Uh, hold on. What do you hope to teach us with the idiot trade? Um, hmm. I wonder how much of it's just me bragging. I think the important thing to learn with it isn't so much like when to sell or when to like, because that's not really important, right? If you make money on a spread, you can just close it, even if that eats up a day trade. I think more important than anything, it's about like learning patience, right? It's a really fucking boring trade. It's not interesting, it's not active. Um, and so it's what you want to be doing, right? It's like I want to make 200, 500, $1,000, whatever it is, right? Depending on how much capital at risk, but like that's what you want to make a day, right? And sure, some days will be a little better. Some days will be a little worse. You don't want to over leverage. You don't want to get greedy. You just want to grow, right? Slow, steady growth. And like, yeah, okay, it's super fucking boring. But this job kind of is. It shouldn't be stressful. What's the stress? Yeah, I mean, the idea is that the idea is that you don't need to think about directionality. You don't really need to worry about that, right? Like prices falling, sell put, prices rising, sell call. Like sometimes you're going to be wrong, but that's okay as long as you're right more often than you're wrong, right? But everything within the strategy is risk managed inherently. I mean, that happened to me yesterday. I had that butterfly that I opened for free, right? And it was like, I was like $800 up. And then at close, I was up $40, right? I mean, that's just happens. Some days I might hit that $800. Other days I won't. But that's okay, right? Timing the top and bottom is way harder than you make it seem. it's it's not, right? It's not about timing the top and the bottom. It's ensuring that you're receiving enough credit that the risk is worthwhile, right? If I'm getting $250 credit on $250 risk, that's kind of where I want to be, right? Like you don't want to take outs, and so what a lot of people think they're gonna do is like they're like, oh, I'm gonna sell the outer ranges, right? Like I'm gonna sell the 1 or 2 sigma move on the intraday, and I'm gonna get 50 cents a spread here, 50 cents a spread here, and I'm gonna make my like 10% on risk, right? And then what happens is they do really well for a long period of time because generally speaking, that doesn't happen intraday, right? So they might go 6, 7 days without blowing up, right? Now they've made 70% on that risk instead of just 10%. But then on the seventh day, price rockets and the entirety of their spread gets blown up. They lose $450 per spread, and they've lost more money than they made over the prior 7 days. That's tickling the dragon's balls. Yeah, yeah. Well, just let us know when we're at the top and bottom. I mean, I give you guys that data like every day, right? I give you our next day's trading range. I tell you how price is going to interact within that trading range. Some days we move out of that range into another range, and you have to be, that's something you have to be prepared for. You do, but we're regarded and need hand holding. No, you don't. And you've been doing this with me for like more than 2 years. Do you think you're gonna get hand holding at this point? Like it's just gonna like I'm just gonna be like, ah, all right. No. The data you provide is amazing if people would just look at it and try to understand. You're right too. Thank you, Ryan K. You're all right. Oh, yeah, sometimes. I overheld my 5600 Ps. Hold me. Of course you did. Nvidia gonna get support at 120 or no? Another test here doesn't look so hot for tech. NQ looks weaker than SPX. Oil's supportive. Chopzilla. This consolidation. You're still in Twilio? Yeah, until September 20th? OPEX? I think I'm long until OPEX. How's it doing today? Ooh, nice. Broke 61. Get fucked, bears. God, that looks bullish as fuck. Maybe I should add. Yeah, I'll add on a break of 64. Reason to be greedy. It's been a slow mover, so. Microsoft doesn't look so great. What the fuck is this? Awkward. Amazon's still doing good. Chances this reverses over the next few days. It seems like we're kind of toppy. I think we're not. I think yeah, I think we have room to the upside. Like yes, I would say probably at least has 20, if not $40 more upside range on this bounce. Maybe next week with jolts and stuff. And I could see the market remaining hesitant, which is what I think it is. Um, hmm. More advanced spreads can be fun, but I mostly prefer to make consistent amount of money selling weekly and monthly out of the money verticals. Yeah, floating condors. I mean, I just eventually you'll have the capital to just sell naked. It's much better. It's generally not hard, but you're still open to tail risk. They're very easy to manage though. That range unlikely today, given the hesitancy. I don't think 56.69 ES is out of the question for today. That would put us around 56.50 SPX. How does crowd look? I don't know. It's post earnings, so I kind of want to re-enter it. I like the bounce today. The consolidation right now looks pretty bullish. But I maybe want to see how far it pulls back, because some big volume gaps on this move up. Yeah, I would say for me, a crowd entry is going to be kind of all about where this consolidation lands. I think if it holds above 70, I'll probably go long on anything that looks like a breakout. Maybe not too much theta though. And I still think it's got enough out of the money call interest that's kind of bolstered by earnings to get out to that 300 price target. Can you get 10 points of downside on NQ now? I told you that we have a lot of support here. Netflix looks pretty, or Meta looks pretty good to break out too. Not a ton of upside range on any of these, but a little bit. Hey, Visa got the rest of the bullishness. Knew that was gonna happen. Motherfucker. Oh well. It's interesting, is consumer spending is up, but Costco's having a tough time with those sold calls at 900. Oh, there's the 40 test. Alright, if we can break above 40 this time, we'll have a new support. I hate this market so much. Stop shorting shit, motherfucker. God damn it. Worse yet, stop shorting futures. You're like, ooh, trend day. Let me short the fuck out of this. Pickles Pick says ramp to 5640. People buy puts. Now it's a ramp to 5650. If it was a proper trend day, it'd be up 2% by now. Maybe just look at where futures was last night and where futures is now. Because it's like 170 basis points. Meh. Alright. Could the reversal overnight without a NVIDIA pump? I was impressed. Well, everything else in the Mag 7's pumping. $200 bips or go home. I stopped out at 56.12. Boo this market. It's 45 resistance on Upstart. Yeah. I got September 2040 Ps that are down 50% in a day. Ouch. Well, you don't have a lot of theta, and they're $4 out of the money. But yeah, 45's right around where the top of the call interest is for now. Also, Upstart and Affirm very, very closely tied together, so that's giving it a big boost. Okay, I'm here with 5640 calls, ready to rip. Well, you might just get your $10 move now. Unless NQ finds a bunch of resistance again. Should I just long Costco to 925? I could use it to buy more puts. Hmm. Who the fuck is Gamma Max? 915? And there's fucking calls all the way out to like 930? Just have to get above 900, huh? Fuck. Okay, well, I can't do it here. It'd be wildly irresponsible. Or would it? God, that's fucking tempting. What's it at right now? 892? Costco has a forward PE of almost 80. Yeah. They're doing well. Really wish we'd gotten another 25 tests so I could have sold more puts. I think we're in a pretty good spot for that to be support, right? How much is the 900? 925? No, not this week. Very cheap this week. Holy shit. Next week? pricey debit spread. God, it's so wide. Hmm. I think I could deal with this price action better if there weren't TL breaks and fake outs everywhere before it just rips 100 points in under a second. Okay, so that's actually, we can talk about that. That's the price action you're seeing here, right, is due to the fact that gamma, well, partially, it's partially due to the fact that gamma is not, hold on, son of a bitch. So gamma's kind of topping out here, right? We're like here. And to continue moving, as we move up, less and less gamma is added, right? And so we're moving up, and some gamma is added as we move up, but it's not like, you know, the range below us where it's, you know, really steep, right? And price can move really quickly because lots of gamma is added very fast, right? Once we get up here, you know, there's not a lot of gamma on every, you know, dollar increase being added to the total hedge. And so this price action tends to be really, you know, grindy. It's positive, but it's very grindy, and it tends to move around big pockets of gamma, like large support and resistance, right? And that's when you get breakouts. And then it does this, and then it'll just keep trending, right? So measuring gamma by spot? No. That would be speed. Then I entered long at the TL break. It went back into the wedge by 10 points, and then now it's moving up. Fabulous. Okay, I mean, first of all, are you trading ES? Because, or NQ? Because for both of those instruments, 10 points is not really, it's a pretty tight stop. I don't really like the put pricing on Costco. It's not great. I haven't looked today, but I've looked a few times over the last week and it's been shitty. I'm not sure Costco can hold 900 that long. That's 50 DT. Would the vertical make the pricing better? Oh, for the out of like for the debit spread? Yeah, you could sell. I don't know why you would want to sell one that's 50 DTE though. You'd want to sell a shorter dated one and reduce the time period of your downside risk, right? So like if I were gonna go long Costco on the break of 900, I would probably do something like this, like oh, piece of shit. Um, mm, mm, mm. Yeah. Something like this, and then like buy that. Or buy this out on like the 13th. Yeah. I mean, if you're that confident in it, though, you could just sell the fucking in the money put, right? You'd reduce your total loss potential. Kind of reduces profitability too, but ooh, rejected at 45. Interesting. Well, 40 should be support now, so or at least somewhat supportive. It doesn't really make that much sense. Why? GDP numbers were pretty good. Nvidia guided down, but they still beat. Everything was mixed enough, and the interest was there. And we have some signs that the economy is starting to overheat again. Labor's moving back into a position that's more stable, and drivers of inflation are up, right? And if inflation is leverage and margin expansion, then it is bullish up until a point, and that point's pretty far away, right? Because yields are really low right now. Where would we have to fail to reach a true double top on SPX? 5446 confirms a breakdown. So I would say if we went back under 5,500, we'd be well on our way to that. Think bulls want to shoot for all-time high before labor data? I wouldn't be surprised. There's already bullish positioning building out of the money from like 56.75 out to 5,700. Not a lot of vol shorting though, right? That's something to it's kind of interesting today. As most of the vol shorting occurred like into the market open pre-market on the spike in futures and the short puts moving back out of the money. But there haven't been a lot of short puts sold intraday. Like some, but definitely not anything substantial. Beat expectations are good. Sweet orange shirt that definitely isn't red. No, it's red. I wore this today to prove that the direction of the market has nothing to do with the color of the shirt I'm wearing. On this most auspicious of slightly bullish days. Is Carvana place still open below 155, or is it likely to trend higher with the market? It's likely to keep chopping in the range it's currently in. Really hard to get over 160. Kind of hard to fall below 55. 50. What's it at today? 152. Yeah, that's not really low enough. Close. Oh, you're trying to short it? Why did I think you said bull put spread? I would say it's too early. Costco doesn't look bearish yet at all. We're probably going to move over 9. I mean, I guess if you got the rejection at 900. And not this morning's. That was definitely not strong enough. Costco's got a shitload of long call interest above 900. I think short of really bad labor data next week, it's probably going to move up. The cost to carry on that position's really cheap. I do agree with that, but I don't think I'd want that. Whoa. Huh. Nice. Why is GME pumping today? Is it? It looked like it failed to break out above resistance. Yeah. It's not getting a covering. There was some mean reversion in the arbitrage. Quite a lot of it, actually. This morning. Russell's kind of overperforming. Retail spending was up, which kind of makes sense. Wow, consumer spending was up. So not exactly bad for it, but it seems like it's still struggling with 2166. And 20's big support on GME. If it loses 20, not a lot of support till it gets down to 15. I just rolled my NVIDIA. I'm pretty sure I'm throwing good money after bad. I mean, yeah, maybe. How much of a hit did you take on the calls? How am I a child about GME? Who gives a shit if it's up 8%? It's up $1. It's up $1. It bounced on resistance. It's distributive. It's being shorted. And it hasn't regained its upside resistance. It looks like it's in a fucking head and shoulders, and it looks like it's gonna fucking fail 20 over the next month. At which point it doesn't have any support down to 15. I'm not being bitchy about it. I don't care. I have no skin in the game whatsoever. I've listened to 3 years of people being like, oh my fucking god, GME is mooning when it's up $1. And it's not, right? Also, them closing their credit facility and telling everybody in the world that they have no need for liquid cash is definitely not a good situation to be in. It just reinforces the idea that Cohen's never gonna fucking do anything. It's like, oh, look at me, I'm such a genius. I got rid of my credit facility with a 0.025% interest cost to carry. What a fucking moron. Jimmy's business model is now share offerings. No, it's just a money market. It's a money market that carries risk, so it's a worse money market. One more test of 56.45, then breakout or dump here. We have support at 40. We're picking up some call interest at 45. There's call interest at 50. I can't believe people are trying to still DRS the stock after they liquidated 75 million shares. What kind of sunk cost fallacy stupid bullshit is that? I'd be bullish on Jamie if Cohen would pull his fucking head out of his own ass and do something with the company after 3 fucking years. 3 years, infinite money, and for 2 of those years had the ability to issue as much debt as he wanted. He could have built the next fucking Apple. Instead, he did fuck all. He made a call center and an NFT marketplace. Maybe he just got really fucking lucky when he sold his unprofitable pet food company at the peak of a bull market, and he's really not that good at doing his job. Anybody can balance a fucking sheet. It's not impressive. The fact that it took 3 years to do it's actually really unimpressive. Gherk, if they DRS the whole float, Ryan will just issue shares. Super stock, no he won't. Issue shares, Q shocked Pikachu face. Yeah. Tell me how you really feel. All it has to do is stay listed. Copium. Breathe it deep. I like to fill my vape with reality, Stash Diamond. How do I still have GME people that watch this fucking channel? What hint are you guys not getting?
In my jar 3.
Yeah, fuck that guy. I love when you rant. Thanks, Costellosaurus. I got confused by your red shirt and bought puts today. Why? I was clearly bullish. You don't buy options based on my shirt color. God fucking damn it. I don't know. I just love GameStop. Whatever helps you sleep at night. I have sharp numbing pain in the left arm and my speech is slurred. Do I go to the doctor or super stonk? Why is everyone gaslighting me? It's orange. It's not. It's red. It's very red. I don't sleep at night. That's why I'm skinny with low T. I'm firsthand evidence that not sleeping does not make you skinny. Even fucking DFV sold. The man, the myth, the legend himself said, fuck you, Cohen. I'm going to buy your old company because it's run better. Also, Ryan Cohen took $250 million from him, so it was valid. He just put more money in his account to buy Chewy. Oh, Jesus Christ. You guys are fucking so delusional. I know you're kidding, Cobra, but there's people who believe that. They're like, no, after losing $500 million in one day, he's got another $500 million to buy Chewy with. Not only did he lose $500 million, he also closed all of his GME options positions, which we could watch him do on the fucking chain, and then he bought Chewy. But he's totally in. He's got your back, guys. Absolutely. Is DFV up on Chewy? I don't know. Let me check my Chewy chart. Yes. I love that you have the DFV line. Yeah. 90%? Ouch. Why are you staying long it then? Fuck. Because AI doesn't make any money. Bullish. The promise of making money is always better than actually making money. Another thing that Super Stonk doesn't understand. I love that he's a troll and about the same amount of shares RC had in Jimmy. Yeah, I know. Can we get a Cohen line where he rugged DFE and Super Stonk? You guys all had like 3 days to get out at 100% gains. I mean, after a year, like a year and a quarter, sitting on 50 to 60% real like losses, unrealized losses. For like 4 days, everyone was up 100%, and they were like, "Wait, hold, this is it." Remember when people didn't take profit at Bobby at 30? Yeah. Or 25, or 20, or 15, or 10, or 5, or 0. Actually, there's an entire community of people that held Bobby at 0 and think it's coming back. That's not fair. I had CCs out when Jamie ran, and there was no way out of them. You can roll them up as the price increases. Don't let me in with those guys. I knew who Cohen was from day one. That's fair. I mean, I started disliking him around the time that he decided he was going to split the stock. And destroy our sweet, sweet cycles. RC's a genius. He made a children's book. Probably didn't even write that himself. But millions of neckbeards bought. Absolute genius. I miss Adabit. You could go raise barns with him in Western Pennsylvania anytime you want. Summer of 22, I sold $6 CCs on my Bobby because I wanted a few hundred extra bucks for my long vacation. You know what happened while I was gone? All I could do was laugh. And in your defense, I had covered calls out on Bobby when it ran too. I'm gonna read this book to my kids every day. Basement dweller who will never have kids. I mean, that's probably better than if they were breeding, right? Would you want a world full of like little Ryan Cohens? Plead the fifth. I've been waiting for the 20 test to buy back into calls. We got a 25 test. I think I missed it. You did. It was right here. It was when I sold my puts. Boop. Right there. Wait, if I press it, yeah, it does like a little wave effect. Oh, that's neat. I've never noticed that before. Huh. Huh. Neato. You're gonna be at work at one day. Some little Gen Alpha fucking know nothing prick who got hired like 3 days earlier is gonna be like, you're just not putting in the work. They're gonna make him leader of your team. He's gonna tell you to under promise and over deliver. And you're gonna want to kill him. Boomers already tell me that. It's almost like those things are cyclical. The day before Bobby ran, I sold about 50 of my 1-5 calls for so little and missed out on about 100K. Ouch. My favorite RC story is how after he folded Chewy into PetSmart, then spun it off and went public, he gave every Chewy employee with stock options PetSmart stock and thanked them for making him rich. The more you talk, the more I feel like you know me. 56-69 win. Maybe tomorrow. I'm thinking 2 p.m. We'd have to squeeze out the short calls to the upside. I think it'll probably be pretty hard for us to get above 60, 65 today. We might test 55. Actually, we could test 60 or 65, but we'll probably fail them. 53.69 win. NFP or JPOW. The market's probably not going to go down substantially until then, but I can see the market being kind of sideways until then. Sideways at, the top. There's a ton of important data over the next 8 days. You should really avail yourself of a economic calendar. Do you ever pan for gold in Wall Street bets? If I don't have any good ideas, sometimes I'll look at like the gain porn and see what I want to short. But it's specific. It's got to be gain porn that's being held for a price target that's ridiculous. And then that's the stock I want to short. Because then all the Wall Street bets traders get really bullish. They feed the MM a bunch of short calls, and the MM crushes them. The real lesson of Jimmy. Yeah. If we test 60, I'm full porting sold calls. That's a weird retirement plan. When I vent to you on Discord about where did I go wrong, well, right there where you said full porting sold calls, remember that. The no retirement plan? Yeah. There'd be no pickle jar without Jimmy, so. I never would have started doing this every day without Jimmy. That doesn't mean it deserves respect. It's a thing that happened. It doesn't command anything. It's not owed any loyalty. It's a fucking stock. It is partial ownership of a company that's frankly not very well run. It's just like any other trade. You make your money and move on. Yeah, exactly. It's nostalgia. It's okay to acknowledge it, but not want to go back. Yeah. It sounds like you're going to feel pretty miserable when I wave at you for my infinity pool. You don't even own any GME. Are you just buying an infinity pool? And I would say almost universally, everybody that's here was here because I understood things that other people didn't, and they were getting bullshitted on Superstock by morons, and it was very blatantly obvious to them. And they were like, well, that guy's an asshole, but at least he's giving me, facts and data. You just didn't like it when I continued to give you facts and data. Right? Midwestern consumer sentiment rep. And that's when I need to be subservient to GME and pay it respect. I would have continued to pay GME respect if Cohen wasn't such a fucking imbecile. I know I'm an acerbic asshole. It's not like I'm not self-aware. But there was value in paying attention to the things I had to say versus what other people were saying on Superstock. And that's why people came here, not because of GME, because of me. I stayed for the Darth Dan chugs and the humor with timeouts. Yeah, that's fair. I came here for the bakery DoorDash orders. All right, I'm not saying you all came here for data and facts, but most people did. I came here because I got tired of listening to a man read me the order book live. Oh Jesus. And out of all of those, like all the streamers and everyone that like focused on GameStop, I'm the only one that's left. Because they were all full of shit. What happened to Mo Money? I assume he killed his dog by overfeeding it and he had to cancel the stream. I remember Ape Andy. You're the only one that doesn't grift for hundreds of dollars to get into the Discord. Fair. YouTube recommended me Charlie's vids. Oh my god, I remember that guy. The used Mazda salesman. Then I blocked the channel. I'm pretty sure that's just J-Roll's first channel. I used to think you were a grifter too. Big distrust of most who stream stonks. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, it's just rife with grifters. It's really like it's embarrassing to be counted among them. Ooh, don't want to lose 40. Stop that. Go back up. It's gonna hold this put into close. There's a lot of volume. Like the fucking stream, you assholes. Who was the fucking crackpot that thought like kept telling everyone the Reddit servers were in his basement? And Kenny was like trying to kill him in the middle of the night. You guys remember that dude? I took one look at your immensely ruggedly handsome face and knew you were legit. Thanks, Pterodactyl. Thanks to Jamie. I'm a trader like Kathy Wood, preparing for my future gains. You're gonna have all those beautiful write-offs, right? No, not Lou versus Wall Street. He was just like a con man. Um, like he was like a legitimate like con man. Like I saw one of his streams once, and I thought at some point he's gonna break out a tiny cardboard table and try to lure me into a game of 3 card Monte. He died. Who? Morant's Rants? Did he suffocate in his astronaut helmet? Lou? Huh. Hold on. Suzanne Trimbath is still trying to sell that fucking book. Uncle Bruce. I mean, Uncle Bruce is definitely not the worst of the grifting crowd. I stayed for the cooking tips and the ability to explain complicated stock questions to me as a Portuguese man of war. You're always challenging me, Popcorn Trader. That's what I appreciate about you. Why are we going down? I don't know. There's an auction right now. It might not be bullish. Bid recover dropped. 16-point tail. Yeah, it might have a little bit of a negative impact in the short term, but I think it's unlikely to kill us for the day or anything. Thoughts on meat, Kevin? Do you really want them? I mean, I don't actually know that much about him. I've seen like one of his videos, I think. And it was like, hey guys, like and subscribe. I make money on houses. You can make money on houses too. It's really simple. You buy houses. If you want to know more, pay for my Patreon. I bought houses once and now I'm rich. Where do I sign up? Could have bought a call at any time all day and made money. Same like Gherk. In the Patreon, they tell you to make a YouTube, and you can make money by getting other people to subscribe to your Patreon. Cycle complete. Yeah, I don't know why they all have like a political allegiance. Look at me, I buy real estate. Look at my Cybertruck. What's your top position called an option strat? Wait, what? Did I post? Thank you? Nothing pinned. I'm so confused right now. Oh, this? This is a bull put spread, yeah. What's up, Dork? I don't know what the problem is. The yield curve on inverting super bullish, right? The market totally won't crash like it does every time that happens. Ooh, I have like a bunch of DMs. Are we gonna have an uninversion party? If it's capable of staying uninverted for more than a few seconds, maybe. Why wouldn't it be bullish? Why do you think that the yield curve uninverting is bullish? Bullish for bonds. This time is different. No, it's not. Yield curves invert because rates are raised, right? If rates are lowered, they're lowered because the central bank of whatever country has a clear signal that the economy is slowing, right? Which means that risk assets like equities become unfavorable when compared to things like bonds, right? So policymakers are concerned about a downturn. Corporate profits are probably going to drop. Margins are going to narrow. And risk assets start to carry a lot more risk. You also get credit tightening on the back of that, which means that recoveries slow down as well, which tightens investment broadly and consumer spending. It's a 0.25% maintenance fee, but they're sacrificing short-term liquidity. Disclosing financial information is irrelevant. They still have another open facility. Because you don't spend your money, you spend other people's money. That's how business works. Rich people don't spend their own money. And it's not really 4 billion in the bank. It's 4 billion invested into short-dated treasuries. I mean, we do know that a lot of it's in short-dated securities. More of it will be in short-dated securities. It's not a fucking birthday party. It's an earnings call. If he just ended the credit agreement now, he either left that money completely uninvested for 2 months, which sounds stupid, or he put it in short-dated securities. Where are the recipes? Soup season's coming up. I'm not a big soup enjoyer. There's one thing Gherk loves. It's boiling hot pho in August. Ah. We still bullish? I don't see why not. We did get some bot puts at 56.50. So the sold call positioning above 50 seems pretty well protected here. But we've kind of just fallen into the middle range. There's some short puts now below us at 25 and 20. There's long calls at 25 and 20. So or 30 and 25, sorry. And so we have a little bit more support to the downside than we had earlier when we were in this range and we tested 25. But overall, I don't think all that much has changed, except 5650 is a little less bullish than it was. I'm actually more concerned with tech here, which does not look like it's having the greatest day. And the gains we got in the dollar are pulling back a bit. By tech, do you mean Nvidia? Actually, Microsoft doesn't look very good right now. Apple doesn't look particularly hot. Amazon doesn't. AVGO failed VWAP. Nvidia actually looks better supported than the rest of them. I've drank too much Kool-Aid to quit now. Fair enough. I think it's more time than he deserves, but there is no Magate. Netflix is tiny. Pretty bullish if it's above 700. Not so bullish if it rejects off of it. I feel like GME investors are so focused on their one bet making it that they're just missing the forest for the trees, right? You could have bought like 1,000 other stocks and had better fucking returns over the last 3 years. Did I miss the rotation into bonds, or is there still room? There's been a lot of rotation into bonds. There'll be a lot more room if JPAD doesn't cut rates. What would Grandpa Gherk tell those traders? Stop blowing up your fucking port, asshole. Should instability in tech outweigh the support on SPX? I'm not sure. Oil's kind of up today, which helps stabilize SPX, but it's pulling back a bit. Like it's pulled back through most of this drop. I don't know if it'll continue to pull back. Ew, Long Island's disgusting. What are your expectations for Fubo in the next couple of weeks? I'd like to see it find support around 75. If it does, maybe it could push up into the early part of the month, like early part of September. But probably just like another $2 test. I think resistance there is pretty substantial. It's really a pretty good spot to get NVIDIA calls for next week, given analyst upgrades are slowly trickling in, but people are still selling. I just choked on my own spit. Oh my god. Okay, I'm better. Nope, I'm not. Okay, I'll be okay. I think there was. Uh, it's okay. You guys go on. Leave me to die. Okay. No, I've got like a poppy seed stuck behind my tonsil. This is the worst thing that's ever happened to me. I've had a privileged life. Oh. that is that is fucking terrible. This is what it's like to be Ted Cruz every second. Oh Jesus. Please don't die. I need to laugh at you when DFE shows up that still owns 9.1 million shares of GME and Chewy. Oh, Jesus Christ. No one in the real world has time for your delusional shit. If GME is very liquid, after so many dilutions, what can cause it to pump 11% so quickly? It's a cheap stock. I mean, moving 11% on a $20 stock going to $22 is not crazy. It's also the ETF FTD period, which is, you know, slightly beneficial to the price, but not entirely. Most mid caps and small caps are doing pretty well today. The Russell 1000's having a good one. So is R2K. I don't think it's like a big mystery. Oh, fucking Christ. Has SPX positioning changed much? No, not really. Thoughts on PayPal? Hold on, I have to pull it up. Oh, look, after a year, it's back to where it was a year ago. I don't know. I still think it's a value trap. Have they changed anything? Today's move kind of looks like sympathy with a firm. Hold on, I gotta look at the. I haven't looked at like the last two earnings reports. Give me a second. They managed to bump margins up a bit. Gross revenues rose. How's their debt? They're still picking up a lot of liabilities. Are they turning that into anything? There's a little bit of sideways action going on in their profitability, but at the cost of rising liabilities, right? Net income's not improving. Operating expenses are still mostly staying in the same range. They managed to bring up operating income over the last 3 quarters, which kind of just looks like they did a price increase at some point. I don't know. It still kind of looks like a value trap to me. But maybe with the short-term improvements, I really don't like the debt going up. I can see like 75 or 80. Looks like they guided up a little bit for the next quarter. It's like quarter 3, 2024. If they miss, though, right back down again. I don't hate PayPal. I just don't. What I hate is everyone thinking because it got cheap, it's suddenly worth buying. I don't think I make very much money streaming. They changed how they do SBC. I think new management, a positive. Who did they replace? The last time I really dug into it was like early last year. The new guys from Intuit. Okay. I think it's going to be very hard for PayPal to get any kind of consistent advantage in their marketplace. I think they've kind of capped out the amount of market share that they're going to obtain. And unless something really significant changes, I don't think they're going to be taking any significant amount of market share from their competitors. What needs to happen here for SPX to pop back to 640.45? Nothing. We could just probably gonna do that anyway, as long as NQ doesn't keep failing. The only thing putting a drag on SPX right now is NQ. So watch NQ. It doesn't answer my question. Well, it's an overly familiar question. It's none of your fucking business. But I make significantly more money off trading than streaming. I make like $40 a day doing this. If that. YouTube is not the cash cow that people think it is. I can't even make $40 a day from trading. So watch Nvidia. No, Nvidia's got a lot of support at 20. I think Nvidia's pretty stable. Microsoft has a very real risk of losing 415. I'm not too worried about Apple. Yeah, it doesn't look great, but it's probably fine. Meta has a real risk of losing 520. Those are Meta and Microsoft are probably the two most impactful ones. Salesforce might have some impact too. But Salesforce already dumped earlier. It seems to be pretty stable around 60, 55, 60. Rolling it with the YouTube money. Why does NQ need to stop dragging SPX down? What do you mean? Well, it's not really NQ, right? It's the part of SPX that is represented by the components of NQ. But TAC is doing weaker because the gains earlier from the dollar are falling back, which means leverage is reducing and tech is underperforming in the back half of the day. So if tech continues to underperform, it's 100% of the NQ pretty much, but it's still 30% of the S&P. I've hated PayPal for years. People have been fucking asking me about it ever since it first dropped, like back in fucking 2021. And they're like, oh my god, PayPal. This is a $200 stock. I'm gonna kill it buying it 150. You'll see, it'll be the next meta, but it just hasn't been. Funny, I shorted PayPal. Ooh, how'd you do? I don't have billions of dollars. Nice. You keep talking about NQ, but what about DQ? Are they publicly traded? Can you pitch Netflix about becoming one of their live events? Have you watched this stream? None of the content here is commercially digestible. We spent the other day like 2 hours talking about the benefits of using virgin coconut oil as lube. I hedged my PayPal short by opening up their credit card and not paying it. I lost everything. Disagree. It's informative, witty, funny, better than a lot of Netflix content, and exactly why I could never be on Netflix. I have considered if I get banned from YouTube, moving over to Pornhub. Sorry to my Texas viewers. Thanks, Jets fan. Is there covering on GMA? Not a very significant amount of it, no. What there has been on GMA today is. Hold on. Where the fuck is that window? Oh. A fairly significant amount of netting in the arbitrage. So arbitrage was pretty negative after it got shorted down from 22 last time. That's mean reverting pretty quickly. Covering, on the other hand, no, not really. Not even really a trend in covering, but it is the ETF FTD period through the 4th. So there may be some continued price action. Also, mid caps are doing pretty well today, and small caps, which helps. When's the top so I can sell some CCs? Gamma Max on GME is at 23.40. And yes, I'm fully prepared to listen to everybody talk about how great of a stock GME is for the next 5 days until it taps Gamma Max, fails a lower high, and then falls back down again. Although, after 3 years, can't you guys find someone else to talk to about it? Is Charm supportive of a move up? Slightly. It'd be more supportive if we were above 50. There's a decent amount of interest at 25, and that's probably where the majority of the supportive Charm is. But again, tech is kind of weak, and that's a problem. If NQ loses 19.6, it's probably going to fall to VWAP or fail VWAP and fall back towards like, well, I guess that's just VWAP. 19,530, which would be bad for the S&P. You're not allowed to go to Pornhub. It's banned in Virginia. I need to look at you every day with jealousy and rage. I don't know what to tell you. Stop applying for jobs in ultra-conservative states. What Gherk said? Texas used to be purple. Did they vote for Barney? Banned in Idaho, too. Huh. Yes? Oh, okay. What's the lowest strike put that you own on Upstart? I just have 40s. I have some 40s with like, I don't know, they have like 50 or 60 DTE. Banned in Utah. Hmm. Oh, Jesus Christ. Power went out the other day. Watched Black Sheep and Big Daddy. But I got the strange feeling that you hate both of those movies. No, I like Black Sheep. Do those 10 bone planes boost our GDP that much? I think it was like 72. What just happened to Apple? I don't know. Did it fail? Well, failed to break the 2232.50 strike. Looks like it got rejected and sold off quite a bit. Tech is failing. Yeah, a little bit. Still support at 30 on SPX. And there's sold puts here, so there's a bit more support here than there's at 35. IWM is above gamma neutral. I suppose PCE could give bulls a little more confidence in pumping tech, although GDP should have already done that. I agree. Um, but again, the bond market doesn't agree, right? The bond market's continuing to price in a ridiculous number of rate cuts. Break of 30 needed for further tech failure. Precarious. Yeah, if I mean, Apple could hold 30. It's a big support. We're still, we're still not getting a lot of short vol, which is kind of weird. But it does look like we found a little bit of support at 56.30 here. Processor is so much. Still another spread if we go lower. If we did, but we didn't go low enough for me to get the equivalent risk reward because they just passed. I shot earlier looking to resell. Well, alright, tech got a bounce, so I would say 30 puts are probably still somewhat protected. Not as much as the 25 strike. Where can the tech bounce head to? I mean, it could get rejected here at 50 or 19.6. If it breaks up, though, that should add some stability. Looks like Apple had a little bit of a bounce. NVIDIA did too. Meta still looks kind of shitty. Tell me stock things. What do you want to know? Um, back at 35, getting some sold puts out at 40. So the upside's getting a little bit more bullish after the bounce on that drop and this drop. Some of the long puts to the upside are taking profit. Starting to get more short puts built up to the downside of 30. Don't think I like the spike in vol here. Everything else is probably okay. I know, I see the red candle. We still have support here at 30. Red candle or not. Hmm. Tech's still weak though. Maybe double bottom here. Maybe not. We'll see. 1950, 575. Microsoft still looks weak, which is definitely problematic. Uh, Apple's a little weak. Nvidia dumped pretty hard there. Hmm. How high can IWM go? Like 225? Or, yeah, 225. Maybe we want to get involved with selling vol more. We haven't had a lot of vol selling all day. Came here to get emotionally damaged again. It gets the rocks off, but then also it seems like Ivy is making CCs worthy again on GME. Hopefully the run continues to 25. Gamma Max is at 23. So, maybe. 25 might be a bit of a stretch. What the fuck is that? Oh. Will Beyond hit $7. That'd be cool. I don't know. Maybe. One day, many days from now, you say something like, "Hey, Surfa, long time. Great to hear from you. Glad you stuck around." And I will ride off into the sunset. All right. I made money on red shirt puts. Thanks for the signal. Is there an idiot trade for today? I have right here. I have a short spread out. Hmm. I feel like I should be getting out ahead of this before it gets ugly. Wow, yen's pumping against the dollar. Getting more sold puts at 56.30, 56.25. No, I don't think Carvana is dying. Under 50, it gets a bit more bearish, but above 50, it can still just bounce right back to 55, 57. Those are my sold puts. This looks better, very head and shouldery on the 15-minute. I mean, they're still sold puts, so they're definitely trying to create some support here. Just because they try doesn't mean they won't fail. Hmm. Falling into the sold puts. That's not good, right? Just full ported calls on my paper account. Thank God I would never buy calls on my real account. Still trying to build support here. Mm. Sorry, 1 second. Bulls forked. Sorry, I'm a little busy here. No. We're still at the same fucking price we were at 10 minutes ago. Head and shoulder on the 5-minute for ES for the day. Yeah. Kind of a weak breakdown on it though. The neckline's at where we're at, so I don't know if we break down too much further from here. Puts are being continue to be sold to the downside. We're getting some closing of in the money puts at 45 and 50. Bot puts. Apple in talks to join OpenAI funding round, and Google started tanking. Interesting. Wouldn't that create an Apple Microsoft like joint venture? Hmm. Wouldn't Tesla 100 again? I don't know. It looks like it's well on its way. It kind of looks like when Baba collapsed. Great title for the stream today. Thanks. Oh, sorry, I'm like trying to figure some bullshit out here that I need to do during the business day. So I'm a little distracted, but I'll try to keep you guys up to date on the positioning when I get a chance. Bum, bum. Ooh, shit. That's super fun. I guess we lost 20. Gap down, too. What the fuck is going on here? Someone say something? Why are we gapping down every time the fucking reverse repo information comes out? Second dagger. Yeah. The video failed 120. Oof. And Microsoft back to 415. Apple back to 230. Mm. Alright. Is there an idiot trade today? They're right here. Oh, son of a bitch, motherfucker. Fuck, fuck, fuck. It's fucking people. Yeah, getting taken out to the woodshed. Yeah, but it looks like the rest of tech has found some support. We're still getting a lot of sold puts here, and the sold puts out of the money haven't squeezed out yet. There are quite a lot of puts being bought at 5,600, however. Yep. No, there it goes. Son of a bitch. That's this motherfucking red shirt. Core, what's up? Very interesting. Gaps filled. Almost. Yeah, almost. Isn't that showing up? Yeah, okay, it's filled. 55.92. Wait, it's not filled. Why isn't it showing up? Weird. Hmm. That's fucking annoying. Just gonna keep dropping, huh? It's fucking insane. Oh, we're back below gamma neutral again. Any news or just overextended? I mean, I guess overextended. They got squeezed out, but there wasn't really a lot of short vol. Like they weren't selling like a ton of puts today. So I wonder if really just kind of extended and then just sold off into it. It's not too different than what we saw yesterday. Do you think we bounce? I don't know about that. There's a lot of bot puts at 5,600. We could, but they need to capitulate. We do have support here on ES 5,600. But I don't think a second test of that is very good. Also, these intraday sell-offs are fucking getting kind of crazy. Hmm. As soon as we move down enough, it just collapses. Yeah, if we were to lose like 75 here, this is all gone. That's fucking nuts. We're up like almost 200 points today. Oh, futures. Futures are up like 185 points from last night. Now it's down 10 on the day. 15 on the day. That's a big old fucking dump. Hmm. Getting more bot puts at 85. What's up? Carry traders carried out on stretchers. Carry trade fell off, but it still looks kind of stable. I wonder if the yield curve uninverted there slightly. Hmm. Almost. Also, red candle. Yeah, I know. Several of them. Today was the ultimate bait. Hmm. Another leg down or chop. We might bounce off of gamma neutral here if we get back above it. Which is a 59 596. Yeah, pretty much right where it was yesterday. I think it's a little higher. Initial reports of a drone attack on U.S. forces stationed at MSS Euphrates near the Kanoko gas field in eastern Syria. Oh, goody. Oh, fuck. Oil must be going sky high. Well, no. It's actually still lower than it was earlier. It is moving up, though. Oh. All right, now I'm trying to deal with something to do with the business, so I'm like fucking just aggravating bullshit. we jiving? I don't know. It looks like ES found a little bit of support at 5,600, but has far from bounced. We're in power hour. Uh, that's not fucking look great. Hmm. Yeah, momentum's not really turning around much. Saw the stream account behind you. Oh, it's like fucking 750 bucks. It's not a big deal. Still a lot of out of the money short puts. So we got above gamma neutral a little bit there. Need a bigger bounce. Still left a gap up at 625. Power hour under GN, profit taking. How do these factors weigh here? They could drive a bounce. There's a shitload of puts in the money that are sold, but those got burned the other day too. Hmm. I may be wrong here, but I don't think the Bulls have this under control. No, they don't. We have some support here, but anything to the downside of 5,600 is not good. It's not as bad as it would be if we lost 55.75, but it's still bad. Hmm. If they try to pump for a rescue mission for puts, it's probably pretty unlikely we get above 56.20. So now we lose 75. It's possible. That would be the next step down. Yes, well, really like 80, but yeah. The out of the money put buying is kind of softened a bit. We're mostly getting puts sold at 80 and 90. Um, hmm. No news on Twitter regarding any attack. Huh. It's the big one. It's been a wild ride. See you degenerates in the breadline. I didn't realize a .3 down day was the big one. Jensen better be buying back 50 billion of stock during power hour. Nobody wants to buy SPX at or above 56.50. Yeah, yeah. Getting a lot of fucking rejections. We failed the breakout test, what, four times in the last 2 weeks? I think. It's gotta be close to that. What did Fitch say? With the underlying fiscal position to remain largely unchanged despite differing economic objectives of Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. Fitch expects the first rate cut to occur in September. 30-year mortgages were 6.35 versus the 6.43. I mean, yeah, the auction wasn't great, but it was also at like 1 o'clock, which was well before we dumped. It was back here. It wasn't, I mean, yeah, it wasn't terrible. And then we got repo, and then we just fucking dumped. I don't think it was news based at all. Where did you sell puts at the top? I didn't. I sold puts here. I sold puts here, and I sold puts here. And I didn't close them because I don't have any day trades. There's no closing them. Hmm. Weird. News just hit TOS feed. NVIDIA back to 110. Hey, Greg, I can't believe Jimmy finally paid back that French loan after we stopped caring. Can Fubo MOASS now? Can GoEV do anything? What's up? Long time no see. I hope all is well here in the pickle jar. I still haven't paper handed my membership. What's up, dude? I see Dork still pulling red candle magic out of A. Lol, the fuck was that dump about? I don't know. Dork said that there was like a drone attack on U.S. forces, but I'm not seeing it anywhere. Ukraine struck 2 oil depots inside of Russia 14 minutes ago. Yeah, I don't see anything about U.S. forces being attacked. Seems to only be from OST Defender Twitter. No. I think Dork wouldn't get his news from Twitter. Move lower. Not likely now. Probably chop for a while. I don't know. We just bounced back above GN, so we're getting some vol shorting finally. Seems like they don't mind shorting vol here. Once the news spreads, does that mean more dumps? Or it's just fake? You guys don't remember the second half of the day after the Polish missile strike? Well, the last news I see in that region of Deir ez-Zor was an unknown fighter jet crashed there yesterday. if we go back up to 30 and VIX goes lower than it was to 15, maybe. You think that MM is just fucking everyone they can on lower volume today? I don't know, possibly. We got a lot of puts here. Things are bullish if we get to the upside of 5,600, though. It was a weird failure. We should have had fairly decent support, but tech failed and sold off. I mean, that's more than a reasonable enough explanation for the sell-off. It was just tech failed and dumped, which it did. Hard. Meta, Microsoft, and Nvidia all lost major levels at the same time. It still doesn't look too hot. There wasn't like a vol short though. Like there was like no put selling like, almost all day. Someone unwinding their tech position? Probably everyone. Mm. Could all this open AI partnering talk be seen as big tech joining forces in an attempt not to lose billions on AI? I doubt it. The video straight kicked the fuck out of the 3 Trilly Club. Yes. Yes, it was. Hmm. What the fuck that is? No, we're back above 602. That's a start. Pushes us out of the majority of the pot puts. Except the ones that have at 56.15. There's still some at 56.15. It's gonna save your spread. That'd be cool. Yeah, I don't want to use my only day trade to close them. I'd rather just lose the money. Hmm. Is that gonna work? So I gotta do this. Hmm. A lot of put volume below us here. Yeah, well, they sold a shitload of puts at 55.90. And they've been selling puts at 5,600. Some of those are also still bought though. So pulling away from 5,600 kind of important. We'd probably need to break 5608 or 7 to the upside in order to move up more. I feel like we dumped mega hard here. But I don't know. I feel like we already dumped mega hard. And it looks like Vol's getting shorted back down. Tech's starting to recover a little bit. That was a big sell-off. A lot of people, I think we get a boring day tomorrow after the big swings today and going into the holiday. I'm gonna have to see how the options chain looks after today because depending on what calls closed here to the upside, things could be a lot more bearish. Like we had a weak upside last night, but it was there, and then it got a lot stronger this morning with the ramp out to like 40, 45, but none of it seemed to stay. And if it all closed, especially like the longer dated calls close to the upside on this drop, that's gonna be that's gonna be fucking rough. Catching the knife must be getting harder and harder. Yeah, Vol's staying pretty elevated. It was more of a dead cat bounce than a recovery. I mean, it was definitely a recovery. Not only did we regain yesterday's high, we moved past it quite a bit. I think we need to factor in that this is a probably failing and a lower high than the all-time high. They caught the knife pretty good yesterday. Yeah, they did. And then overnight they got blown out, and then they recovered all of that again this morning. This kind of really violent, high volume sell off chop and near all time highs is not a great sign, though. Definitely reinforces what I was talking about the new normal. What I'm hearing is that they still have gas in the tank. If we get above 5608 here, yes. Yeah, they can push it back up again. Have a dead call. Go Bulls. $20 left till close. Hmm. 5615 still resistance. Was Where was the new normal talk? Talked about it over the weekend on the members stream a few times since this bounce started like a couple weeks ago from our low. CNBC. I don't think 5608 is on the cards. Set at the exact moment we tested 5609. Interesting. And after we'd already passed 5608. Okay. Curious. I don't think that V is coming. It's weak. We are in fact Ving, but it's not very strong. I don't think anybody gives a shit about PCE. The Fed already said their PCE deflator was where they want it. Ugh. Let's see if NVIDIA wants to spend the next 20 minutes rocketing back to 120. The V looks like a bear flag. Yes and no. Like, we had a bear flag and that failed, right? And then we moved up again. So we broke down, bounced back up above trends, which is here. Right? Caught support on the trend and then moved up again and again. So this is still slightly bullish. I mean, I don't know if they'll be able to get it though. It's going to be hard to break above 56.15 into the end of the day. Where do MMs want it? 5,600. Well, even just right where we're at. A lot of 5610 call selling. Yeah, I don't think they're buying calls there. Doesn't look too hot either. This classic topping out price action on longer time frames. Yeah, it is. It actually looks quite bad. If your comments aren't posting, it's probably because YouTube's blocking them. Remember when IWM was up nearly 200 bips? Yeah, you mean like an hour ago? We're about to rip to 20. Up or down, rip to 20. I don't think so. Maybe 15, but 15's got a lot of bot puts. It'll be pretty hard for us to get back above it. There's a gap there, but 13 minutes left for 20 bucks would be insane. NVIDIA investing in OpenAI seemed like NVIDIA trying to find a use for AI. Seemed like slightly fraudulent. They've already invested in every AI cloud infrastructure company that's filed a fucking business registration letter. If they start unwinding tech, isn't that bullish on IWM? Not if people think there's going to be a recession. It's only bullish for IWM if there's like a soft landing in sight. Dollar General might be a dollar soon. Just checking. No worries. Good idea to straddle IWM tonight. It tends to do pretty well. It's not my favorite. I don't like doing it, but you can if you want to. Given the volatility in tech, I would say QQQ is probably way better. It's also double the price. It's got to the point where I don't know if a bull market that isn't bullish on tech is even possible anymore. I don't think it is. Skynet became self-aware 27 years ago today. Double the price. I'm in. Nice. Mm, 10 minutes left. That would be interesting. Although it's probably more likely that we would fall to like 90. $75. Interesting. Well, it looks like shortfall's breaking apart here. Yes, retesting 5,600. Bounce failed. Momentum's negative. Flat on the day would be the ultimate win for MMs. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And shorting realized vol. That's gonna be poopy. What was the smug thing you said about 5608? You said we weren't gonna test 5608 literally while we were testing 5608. We still tested it. We didn't break above it. Let's not test 5,600. Let's test 560. I mean, yeah, that'd be cool. Remember when I said we were gonna test 5669? Yeah, you fucked us. Apple losing 230. Yep. Apple did not rip into end of day. This is actually fantastic for the calls I sold this morning without thinking. But only on Apple. Microsoft's bouncing a little bit on fucking Delta neutral. Ooh, big vol short. Twitter is down. Okay. Is that surprising? How can Nvidia do this to the market? I blame them for not doing 150 billion in share buybacks. It was extremely irresponsible of them. It's not down? Okay. Who would give a shit if it actually was? What has Twitter held together with twigs and paper clips? Yeah, I mean, like, if Twitter went down right now, I wouldn't assume cyber attack. I would assume unpaid cloud services. What's this massive piece of shit gonna do overnight? It's a good question. Dump more? I mean, if it loses 5,600 on Futes again, that's bearish as fuck. 5534 test, yes, would be next. I guess 5562, but we'd probably fail it on a second test. Especially with the lower high today. No ups. I mean, bulls are trying, but they're not shorting vol hard enough to get any leverage. Dude, I'm tired of this range. We fell out of it a little bit yesterday. Dispersion's still breaking down. QQQ looks bearish as fuck. And they're still trying to lever up the carry trade, which isn't working. We're gonna let it close under gamma neutral. When market crash, and will be September 6th, 17th, like history foretells. Would be ironic. Hate this range. $50 to $75 intraday swings are awesome. Yes. Ding ding. All right. Fun. All right. So we hit the outer edge of the market maker's expected move, and the most likely historic or probability based high for the range fell back to gamma neutral and closed 0 bips for the day, but down 19 cents. Right in the middle. Maybe I should listen to myself. Curious. Anyway, another completely fucking flat day, which is fun going into tomorrow's PCE data that comes in the AM. I think tomorrow we also have, but we have Tokyo CPI tonight, Japanese retail sales, which will actually be pretty important. Um, we have German retail sales in the morning and import prices. Then we have EU inflation in the AM. And then, of course, PCE in the AM. Chicago PMI will come out right after market open. And then we go into the Michigan consumer sentiment final at 10 o'clock. PCE shouldn't have a very big effect. I mean, it's derivative of the other two, right? So we shouldn't see any outsized moves there. I would say that there's some possibility that we see core PCE up month over month, year over year. Like it might come in at 0.3 versus 0.2. Um, we will probably see personal spending rise. That's inflationary, should have an effect on yields, which almost uninverted earlier today. Um, and possibly will drive the dollar a little higher and maybe into a range where it's a bit more stable. Chicago PMI, I don't think is going to be particularly important, but Michigan consumer probably not relevant unless there's some big swings in the 5-year or near-term inflation expectations, or if current conditions drops really hard again. It is expected to fall, but it's only expected to fall, I think, to like 60. Yeah. Um, but we are getting fairly close to the low from like 2022. So current conditions not very good. However, consumer sentiment is expected to rise. This is the final print, so it's a little bit less impactful than the other ones. For today, commodities up a little bit. Big move in oil, up almost 200 bips today, and some of that due to increased tensions in the Middle East. Precious metals recovered after their drop yesterday, and it looks like agricultural commodities moved up as well. So pretty broad moves in commodities. I don't think anything big enough to be like a signal of a risk off, but something to pay attention to as commodities start to turn around from this recent low. I use this index to track them because it's pretty broad, and is a good indicator of commodities overall and interest in them. 30, 10, and 20 all rose slightly today, but still fell below last Thursday's highs. The dollar did move up with this morning's GDP data, but still remains way below the euro, or way below the recent change in the euro dollar spread, and also below the pound. And its gains on the yuan were not very substantial, and we lost a lot of ground. Or I'm sorry, we lost a lot of ground to the yuan, and the gains on the yen were not very substantial. Correlation broke down pretty fucking hard around the middle of the day today. They did try to turn that back around into close, but it wasn't sufficient to pump the markets back up. The carry trade being leaned into pretty heavily with the dollar rising. That slipped a little bit in the midday, and it looks like they've been leveraging it up ever since we found support again. More so on the 3 and 6 month than out on the 10-year. So trying to pack that leverage into short paper. And probably in order to sustain the cost, the increased cost to carry out here on the longer dated maturities. I wrote something up about that on Twitter the other night. Bond vol not really moving much. I don't think really anything exceptional there. Tail risk inched up a little bit, say pretty much just flat. 84.49% of the S&P above its 20-day moving average. And correlation between VIX and cash VIX picked up a little from yesterday, despite seeing a big drop in VIX overall today from last night's close. Fed Fund Futures is pricing in just under 90 bips of rate cuts by January. We're still staying towards the more recessionary side of this, but today's GDP and labor data pulled us a bit closer to a soft landing, and we did have a bullish reaction from that. Just didn't last. So we'll see what happens tomorrow. From a technical perspective, this rejection is very bad. That's a diamond top, sort of. Well, it's a failed diamond top, right? Yeah. But we haven't broken through the bottom support. So this could still bounce and exit higher, but it's something to consider. Indexes have a tendency to make those when they peak, or right before they break higher. So it can go either way. They tend to be very bearish in the event that they break down, but mostly through the end of them, they're just volatile until a direction is picked. If they cut rates, we moon. Who? The Fed? I don't think so. No, I think if they cut rates, the market might crash. All-time high tomorrow, distinctly possible. Something I would watch out for tomorrow is like a bounce and a lower high. We are getting weakness on the back half of this week, and if we make a lower low, which we have not done, that would be very bearish going into next week. And we'll keep an eye on ES overnight. I mean, obviously, it did get a little support here right after market close, moving back towards 5620, a bounce which would have been greatly appreciated earlier, before close, but will now probably happen overnight. But you know, if very very real chance that we reject off of that 5630 level and fail, right, as this comes up. And then, you know, a retest here or here could be the end of this. So this does not look strong, and the bounce is on fairly weak volume. Next week's Labor Day days are the 4th and 6th, I believe. I think it's Wednesday and Friday next week, are the big days. That's going to be JOLTS and non-farm, respectively. It's happening. Well, it kind of is. I mean, if we go out here to the 1 hour, you know, we just look at this. This is not a good sign, right? I mean, you guys have all seen like the peak enthusiasm chart, right? And then like the return to normal. I mean, this is where we were not even a year ago in October. And if this is a bull trap, um that's going to be ugly. September's are bearish in general. Seasonally, yeah, September, October is pretty bearish time. All right, well, I think that's about it for today. It still shocks me that we haven't seen a retest of the all-time high. It's and we've come so close too. Can AI generate bags for the bulls? It may already be doing that, right? I mean, everyone who went long Nvidia over the last like 4 days got fucking wrecked before market close yesterday, and then wrecked even more today. Sorry, Jim Martin's wife. Yeah, I thought we'd see or at least retest the all-time high. I mean, we were like within like $10 of it. We hit 56.51. We were right fucking there, and we failed. And then today came maybe a little closer, but it failed too. It failed even, and it failed lower, right? Which is really not a good sign. It's almost like the market wasn't ready to bounce back 10% in fucking 4 days. Thanks, dude. Yeah, no problem, man. So yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow morning. I hope everybody has a good night. Later.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.